Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Rama-Lama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. I'm Mac Magee, throwing the lineup at you real quick, as you can take a look at it real quick, and then we'll pull it away. Still put it in the background. The Atlanta Braves are set to see. We got these all backwards here. Take on the Texas Rangers, and we are getting ready for first pitch, which is 7:20. And that'll be it's going to be Charlie Morton versus Nathan Eovaldi. And with that being said, Atlanta is going to go to their left-handed or right-handed pitcher lineup, their left-handed lineup essentially. And we're starting to see this quite a bit as we've got the Michael Harris II is batting second. You've got the other big thing that changes is Orlando Arcia goes to the 6th spot. Travis d'Arnaud, they're leaving up at 7. Why the hell not after he hit 3 home runs last night? And Guillorme is added to the lineup, put in the 9 hole. Kelnick is added to the lineup, put in the 8 hole, and that takes Duval and that takes Fletcher out. So that's essentially what you're looking at. The big thing going on with the Texas Rangers today, if you missed the news, they activated Nathaniel Lowe, or Nate Lowe, as I think he's more commonly called. So Nate Lowe is going to be in the starting lineup. He has been on the IL for several games, and I'm sure they're excited to have him back, and that's just one more bat that we're going to have to deal with. On the flip side of that, who they don't have in their lineup that they had over the last couple of last night's game, the last several games, Jonah Heim is on the bereavement list. So he is not in the lineup. He is not on the team. So they brought in a kid by the name of Andrew Kisner, and he's going to be the hind catcher for the Texas Rangers tonight. He's sitting at the bottom of the lineup. He is batting .071, so he's not an offensive threat, but he's a guy that's going to come in and play on behind the plate. And see, there was a couple other things. Jared Walsh got DFA'd. Sam Huff was the catcher that was added to the lineup. So Sam Huff was added to the lineup. Jared Walsh was DFA'd when they brought back Nate Lowe, and Jonah Heim is on the bereavement list. So there you have that. That's what's going on with Texas, and you can see their lineup right there. What we're looking at tonight, the big thing is going to be getting some runs on Nathan Eovaldi. He's been very good this year. He's got a 2.92 ERA, 1.01 whip, and I think I've said this many times before, but that's the number I always look at. To me, it's indicative of how well a guy's pitched, because it tells you how many ducks are on the pond. It tells you how many hits he's given up, how many walks he's given up, how much traffic is on the pond. By the way, real quick on the scoreboard, Mets lead the Dodgers 6-4, bottom of the 8th. And the Dodgers are about to drop a second game to the Mets at home. So we're going to have to try to keep pace with that, along with the fact that the terrible White Sox are already down 3-0 to Philadelphia, and I don't expect that to be changing anytime soon. So there you go with that. So, oh, by the way, it's a Mike Soroka day for the White Sox. For all the folks that wanted us to hold on to Mike Soroka, there he is. He's been getting pummeled all year long. He's been getting what's happened to him is kind of what you expect to happen. It looks like Washington just held on and beat Houston 5-4. And real quick on the rest of the scoreboard, we'll go more of these during the game. But Giants won. Cleveland's up 2-0 early. Baltimore, Kansas City just getting going. And Miami won the first game of the doubleheader in Chicago. Tampa Bay 2-0 over the Yankees in extras. And so if you're following Cover Country, you know that we hit that one. And our second play is about to hit. They're in the ninth inning, and Boston's up 4-2 over Pittsburgh. So as long as something crazy doesn't happen in that game, the under is going to hit on that. So there you have that, and another good day for Cover Country. We got a couple others that are going on. We'll talk more about it during the game. So what you'd really like for when you're I saw this post on Twitter, what you'd really like to see is with the Mets and the Dodgers, the big question was, well, who would you rather have win this game and that game? Mets are in your division. Dodgers are not in your division. Doesn't really damn matter what the Dodgers are doing. Don't worry about the Dodgers. At no point should you worry about the Dodgers until we get later in the season, and then you can start scoreboard watching if you start talking about best record. But the best record crap has not come into effect at all the last 2 years since they changed the format. So who cares? Let's win the division. Let's get as much distance as we can between us and the Mets and the Phillies. I still don't believe that the Mets are a long-term problem in 2024, but they're playing gritty baseball, and you can't take that away from them. And sometimes it's addition by subtraction. They took away some of the cancers in their clubhouse, and lo and behold, they're playing pretty good baseball. So you can't worry about what the hell. Now, what you do want for both sides, realistically, if you're looking to root for something, you'd like to see both teams really get their bullpens smacked around so that there's a toll to pay later on in the week, and maybe you get some more losses on both sides. But as far as who you want to win in that game, in that series, doesn't matter about the Dodgers. It just doesn't. You always want your division rival to lose. Doesn't matter. Always. Doesn't do you any good. So you get to the end and you're like pulling for the Marlins to knock off the Dodgers because you're trying to chase them down for best record. That I get. But other than that, I can't. I'm not sure if I said it or not. San Fran held on and beat Arizona 7-3. So both of those teams are 10-12. What are the Dodgers? Dodgers are 12-10. So I mean, it's a tight race out west in the National League. I don't think it'll stay that way, but it is what it is right now. Real quick, my pick to click. I got other things that we'll go over with during the game. We didn't get a chance to get to it last night. Thoughts on Aaron Bummer, why he's getting smacked around, along with another accuser of Trevor Bauer has been indicted. So we didn't get a chance to talk about that last night, but we'll kind of throw that around during the broadcast. Pick to click tonight. Look, it would be real easy just to go Travis d'Arnaud again, but against the right-hander Eovaldi, it's a really tough one. I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to go with the left-handed bat. You can go Michael. You can go Kelenic, but I'm going to go with the Ice House. He's due, man. I'm looking at his numbers, and look, they're fine. Beginning of the year, we're not worried about. We got to get him heated up. We got to get him heated up. We got to get Riley heated up. We got to get the heart of that order hitting. No one's hitting the way Marcell Ozuna is right now. But you got to get some ducks on the pond, and you got to get some balls being smacked. Look, they're not ice cold, don't get me wrong. But we know that Riley and Olsen, when they start clicking together along with Ozuna, good night, Irene. We've already swept the Astros this week and taking the first game from Texas. So I'm not complaining about the results, but I want to see the Ice House get heated up. And if he starts heating up, you're going to start seeing Riley heat up as well. All right, we're going to step aside, get ready for first pitch, play-by-play, Braves Rangers game 2, and we'll get you updated on what's going on out west. As it looks like the Mets are bringing in Trumpet Boy in the 8th inning. So that's interesting. That's interesting because he's coming off that major injury. I didn't think they'd be using him for 2-inning reliefs at the beginning of the season, but who knows? All right, we will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-1 lead. She's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop. all throughout Braves country. Pop that top! Your Atlanta Braves have won it all!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say the that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Play ball!
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. On the mound tonight for the Texas Rangers, it's Nathan Eovaldi. Eovaldi comes in with a 1-1 record, a 2.92 ERA, 1.01 WHIP, 24 innings and 2/3, with 22 strikeouts versus 6 walks. He's given up 3 home runs and 19 hits. He'll be going head-to-head with Charlie Martin. Uncle Charlie is 1-0 with a 5.29 ERA, a 1.35 WHIP, 17 innings pitched, 15 hits allowed, 18 strikeouts versus 8 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. Ronnie has 1 home run, 6 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .286. Batting second and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 3 home runs, 9 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .289. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third. 2 home runs, 12 RBI, and a .273 average. Batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves, it's Matt Olson. Olson has 3 home runs, 12 RBI, and a .250 average. Batting fifth as the designated hitter for your Atlanta Braves, it's Marcell Ozuna. The Big Zoo has 8 home runs, 24 RBI, and a .351 average. Travis d'Arnaud is back behind home plate and batting seventh. He has 3 home runs all last night, 10 RBI, and a .245 average. Batting seventh and playing short, it's Orlando Arcia. 1 home run, 8 RBI, batting .354. Jared Kelenic is back in left field and batting .359 with 3 RBI. And batting ninth and playing second base, it's Luis Guillorme. Guillorme has 2 RBIs and is 2 for 10, batting .200 on the year. Calling balls and strikes back behind home plate, it's Dan Iasona. First base umpire, Brock Ballou. Second base being manned by Ben May. And down the third base line, it's Adam Beck. Braves come in 13-5 on the year. Rangers are 11-10. Atlanta is 5-2 at home. Texas 6-5 on the road. Atlanta is -140 on the money line. The over/under is 8.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. It's Braves Rangers Game 2 of a 3-game set. Atlanta has a chance to win the series tonight to set up a possible sweep on Sunday night. Warm up those chop arms, Country Club. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Good evening, Braves Country. How the hell are you?
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Your Atlanta Braves will be wearing white tops, white pants, City Connect jerseys, the A on the front in blue shoulders, and the white and blue cap of the City Connect jerseys as the Texas Rangers are about to come to bat. They're wearing their traditional road grays. We'll go ahead and hit roll call real quick. Good evening, Goat, Rebel X, Willis, Jacob, Brian, Kathy, Shownuff, Ruth, Kal-El, Antoine, Brian, Bo, Edward, and Travis. Anyone else in Braves country, jump on into the chat. I think we're going to start trying to do roll call just a tad earlier because it tends to get a little wonky when I wait till the middle of the first out like we always have done it. The Braves are just about set, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to Marcus Semien is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, lifted high into center field, but right at Michael Harris II. He only had to drift back a couple of steps. 1 away. Braves nothing. Rangers nothing. We're just getting going here. Please hit that like button. And subscribe today if you haven't already. The first pitch on the way to Corey Seager is swung on and chopped foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. Hit him with that curveball. Righty-lefty matchup. Seager, 748 OPS on the year, 301 average, the 0-1. Fastball right down the pipe on the outer edge. 96 miles an hour, 0-2. It's funny on the StatCast site, there's a couple of them that we use to confirm. Is the 0-2 pitch. Curveball swung on. Comebacker over the head of Charlie. Charging in, making the grab, flipping it to first is Orlando Arcia. And there's quickly 2 up, 2 down. Good defensive play by Orlando. He had to charge in to make that slow hopper an out. So that'll bring up Evan Carter to the plate. Carter takes the first pitch, curveball inside, grabs the strike zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty. Pitch on the way. Curveball just misses down below the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Nobody on, 2 outs, just getting going here in the top of the first. The 1-1 delivery. Swing and pops it back foul. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Second game of a 3-game set. These same 2 teams at it tomorrow night. An ESPN broadcast. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the Uncle Charlie. And Uncle Charlie will head to the bench. We'll grab the bats when we come back. Acuna Matata and Michael Harris coming to the plate.
Do you ever just look at someone and think, you're the Monday of people?
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast?
Yes. And
okay.
Teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers. And we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn, and there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this, and he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Braves Country Radio. Pull up a chair. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope all y'all are enjoying 420. As Nathan Eovaldi climbs onto the mound. The right-handed veteran will kick the first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. Four-seam fastball. Just grabs the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Eovaldi lets her fly down below the knees. 1-1. Good take by Ronnie. So a 1-1 count. You could tell that was a purpose pitch. I think they were trying to get him to, probably wanted it a touch higher. They're trying to bang it down on the ground. The 1-1 to Acuna. Way outside, wide cutter misses. 2-1. Eovaldi looks visibly upset with himself. So a 2-1 count. The pitch on the way from Eovaldi. 97 miles an hour down below the knees. Close pitch, 3-1. That was definitely a 50-50 grab. The 3-1 pitch. Eovaldi comes set. Lifts his red glove and fires. Swung on. Chopped foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. The 3-2. Eovaldi comes set. Goes into the windup. The pitch swung on. Chopped over deep over to third. It's going to be a heck of a throw, but no chance to get Ronald Acuna Jr. He beats it out. It's an infield single. Good play by Smith. had to go deep into the hole Brooks Robinson style. There was no chance to get Acuna unless he slips. To Hopper, his feet were on the left field grass for those of y'all listening on radio. Acuna beat it by a couple of steps. So that'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. Michael drops a bunt down, and will he get it as they fire it over to first, and he beats that out. We've got runners on first and second. Nobody out. And the rake coming to the plate. Wow. He definitely beat it by a hair, but he definitely got in there. So, Texas will not challenge, I don't believe. Looks like he just slipped in there. By the naked eye, it looked like there's a possibility they could have got him, but they just showed the replay, and he definitely got in there by about maybe a half step, if that. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch outside. Cutter misses. 1-0. Home plate umpire Dan Iazona. He'll do this. He'll move his arm like you think he's calling a strike, and he's just kind of stretching. I remember him doing that last time. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss over the top, 1-1. Hence the pause. I thought he was. I thought he was raising his arm to call a strike. The 1-1 pitch to Riley. Down and away, splitter misses, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Two on, nobody out. Righty. Eovaldi comes set, lifts his red glove and fires. Fastball is going to be called for a strike, but Acuna Matata steals third. And it's a double steal. Michael Harris grabs second. We've got runners on second and third. Nobody out. 97-mile-an-hour fastball grabbed the top of the zone. Riley wisely held the bat, knowing both runners were on the move. So a 2-2 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Big splitter by Eovaldi to get the first out. One away. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson takes the first pitch outside, just grabs the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. With the home plate umpire, Dan Iasona, as the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's sliced down the left field line. Just foul. Dribbles over there towards the tarps, and it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Olson. Got to find a way to get at least one of the runners in. The infield's playing back. The 0-2 to Matt. Pitch. Caught looking, strike three. Olson could not get his bat off his shoulder. What is going on with Matt Olson? He's done that a few times this week. 2 away. So a 2 outs now with the runners on second and third. Nothing to show for it so far. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna steps up. First pitch. Misses the zone, but Iazona calls it for a wide strike. It's 0-1. What I was going to say about Iazona, did some research on him this afternoon, and essentially he calls a wide game. He's got a very low ERA compared to other umpires. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Ozuna came out of his shoes, 0-2. Chase one in the dirt. So he has a big influence on the game, and you hate that from an umpire. He's got one of the lowest ERAs, one of the lowest whips, and that just tells you that's not luck of the draw. It's also he sits at about midway in umpires. He's currently ranked 48th in accuracy. The 0-2 misses high. Good take by Marcel, 1-2. I am so ready for robot umpires. I mean, it is overdue. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball sliced back foul. We'll do it again. Or at least the ability to challenge. That they're trying that out in the minor leagues this year. It's a good chance that we're at least going to get a challenge by next year. So a 1-2 count. Bottom of the first. The pitch. Swing, and that ball sliced foul right up in his kitchen, 97 miles an hour. Good adjustment by Ozuna to fight that off. We'll do it again. Marcell Ozuna single-handedly carrying this team. You get runners on second and third, nobody out. Riley or Olson's got to bring one in. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away. Good take. Curveball just missed the zone. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Eovaldi could pitch around. The 2-2. Outside wide, 3-2. That pitch was nowhere near the zone. So a full count pitch, the offering. High and out of the zone, ball 4. Marcel will head on down to first. Maddox, the pitching coach from the Texas Rangers, is going to come out and talk to him all day. Really more just to give him a breather. He's thrown 23 pitchers here in the first inning. Now, even if the Braves don't score here, that is a victory because you want to get him out of the game as early as possible and get into that Texas bullpen, which has struggled a bit. And though we know Charlie will probably put up 5 good innings, you know that he'll probably give up some runs himself. So to get Eovaldi out of this game earlier than later, and I don't know what Dan Iasona is doing, but he's up there just absolutely getting all up in everybody's corn grits up in the meeting. You don't normally see an umpire do that much of a tutorial, especially with the veteran. Whatever it is, bases loaded. Orlando Arcia pitch. Curveball down and away. It's 1-0. Bases loaded. Ducks all over the pond. And Orlando Arcia has a 1-0 count, righty-righty matchup. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that splitter down and away. 1-1. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud. And though Orlando's hitting 354, is the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit right to short. And that'll be an easy 6-4 put out to end the inning. Braves load the bases, but can't bring anybody home. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
My mama always told me I could be whatever I wanted, so I became a problem.
Look, I done told y'all I'm Contretto. I'm country and ghetto. Okay, I might be tiny baby, but I'm mighty. I don't want to fight you, but I will if I have to. I'm crazy. I'm medicated crazy. You better try Jesus, baby. Don't try me. Don't try me.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play-by-Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
People say that, oh, you want to be different so bad, you want to be different so bad. No. I would much rather fit in and be liked. But there's something wrong with me psychologically.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Texas Rangers. We head to the top of the second inning. If you're just joining us, Braves had a very good opportunity to score and squandered it. First pitch on the way to the number 4 hitter, Adolis Garcia, takes a swing and a miss at the curveball, diving out of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-righty. Swing and a nowhere near the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1 count, pitch on the way. He'll drill that into center field. That's going to get down a one hopper into the glove of Harris, and it's a leadoff single. There goes that man again. He has been a problem every time we have faced them. Leadoff single for Adolis Garcia. Just goes out there and grabs it. It's about the outer quadrant of the plate, but he just went out there and stepped into it and drilled it in the center. First pitch on the way to the left-handed bat of Nathaniel Lowe. Lowe, been on the IL, first day back, first at bat back. The 1-0 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, bit of an open stance. The 1-0, 93 inside, misses, nowhere near the zone. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way from Charlie as he comes set and kicks and fires. Curveball, misses outside, ball 3-0. So now you're going to get one of these almost every single start for Charlie Morton. There's going to be an inning where he starts off kind of slow and how he works around it. The 3-0 pitch, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk. Speaking of the 4-pitch walk, I saw a video, and I remember seeing it a while back, but I don't remember the last time I saw it. What the Mississippi State baseball team does, baseball fans do when there's a 4-pitch walk is absolutely phenomenal. If y'all have never seen this before, when there's a 4-pitch walk at Mississippi State, is the first pitch on the way, is a dribbler through the infield. Braves were on a unbelievably ridiculous shift, and that ball's going to roll through the infield at about 45 miles an hour, and it's 1-0 Texas. Excuse me, swing, because there was no one playing defense in the shortstop area. They had Arcia almost standing on second base. I get the shift, but, man, give him a fighting chance. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Double play still intact. 1-0 your score. The first pitch is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. But when they on the 4 on the 4-pitch walk at a Mississippi State game, the whole crowd starts chanting ball 4 is the 0-1 pitch. Foul straight back, it's 0-2. And it continues. Every time there's another ball that's missed in the next at bat, they'll start going ball 5, ball 6, but it's the whole crowd chanting it. The 0-2 count, righty, pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul. Langford chased that one. We'll do it again. Runners on the corners, no out. The 0-2 from Morton. The pitch. Fastball just below the knees. Would have loved that call. Don't think it was there. Do it again. It's a late scratch, I'm noticing. They added Langford as the designated hitter. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. A little bit different of a lineup that they took a long time to release the lineup today, so we went ahead and did the pregame lineup. Went ahead and got the bite set up. As the 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. Braves are always very quick to get their lineup out. Some of these teams will take forever, and if it drags on too long, we used to wait until the last dog was dead and go out there and chase it. But now we just have a cutoff, and if it doesn't hit the time frame, we just go without the opposing lineup. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled again. We'll do it again. They were taking forever. I guess it had to do with the fact that Lowe was coming off the IL, but I don't think that was news to them because I knew about it 2 days ago. There was an article about it. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. So Charlie Morton had a very smooth first inning, is now on the ropes here in the second. He's already choked off a run. He's got runners on the corners. He's got a full count to the number 7 hitter, the rookie, Langford. The pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul again. 3-2. Standing on deck is Kisner. The payoff pitch from Morton. They're set up outside. Swung on. He slaps that one foul again. Good grief. These are one of the ones that I've heard a lot of these stories in the past where the veteran pitcher just gets sick of it and he just plants one right in his ribs and says, go ahead and take first base. I'm not throwing 30 pitches to you. The payoff pitch to Langford. Swung on again and foul back. We'll do it again. Full count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout by Charlie Morton. One away. So 1 down. And that'll bring the right-handed bat of Kisner, the hind catcher, up. Morton turns around and flips it over to first. Big strikeout. Double play can get you out of this. The pitch. Curveball misses outside, 1-0. Charlie Moore, who had a very efficient first inning, is now up to 30 pitches here in the second. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses. 94 miles an hour. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty. Runners on the corners. The pitch. Nice curveball right there for a strike, 2-1. Probably a good take by Kisner. Hindcatcher, I mean, he's a double play waiting to happen if he rolls over that curveball. Cleveland leads the A's 4-3. That game is fairly early going. They're in the 6th. Charlie looks back the runner. So it's a 2-1 count. Infield once again on a massive shift. The pitch. Fastball just misses outside, 2-1. 95 miles an hour. A 3-1 from Charlie. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's a comebacker to the mound. Charlie's got it, fires it over to first. High throw, but Olsen grabs it, taps the pillow, 2 away. On the ground out, the runner does come home. It was too far of a reach for Charlie to come all the way back home. I just realized he grabbed that barehanded. Pretty nifty play by Charlie. If it gets past Charlie, Riley's going to have to hurry because it would have bounced at least one more time. So 2 down. Runner is on second. Braves trail 2-0. The pitch. Curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty lefty. Goat should be in for a really good pitching matchup as the 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted high into left field. Going back, then having to circle back to make the catch is Kelnick, and that'll end the inning. That inning mercifully over. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Rangers score 2. It's 2-0 in Atlanta.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Imagine thinking I'm a hoe and you still can't get with me.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games, he would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word Chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
I just stopped in for a little drink to settle my nerves before I go to work. What sort of work do you do? I'm an airline pilot. I was on a flight from New York to L.A. a couple weeks ago, and the plane lost an engine. Oh, don't worry, it'll turn up. There's a lot of pressure being applied. It's quite a sobering thought to realize that there are hundreds of people on my plane, all depending on me.
If you don't like me, just say that. Okay, I don't like you. Why would you say that? It's so mean.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Travis d'Arnaud, the man of the hour last night, the man of 3 hours last night. He had 3 home runs in a Braves 8-3 victory. He brought his batting average from 200 up to 245, his first 3 home runs of the year. He will dig in. Righty Eovaldi at 26 pitches to start the second. Kicks and fires. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses outside, but called a strike. It's 0-1. Talked about this before. Iasona will call a wide strike zone. The 0-1. Down in the dirt, 1-1. You go back over I usually go back over 3 years if there's enough data. And he sits about 48th in accuracy in Major League Baseball. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Over the top. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty. They set up inside. Down. Tried to get him to swing over the top of that splitter. Good pitch. Just missed 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Comes set and fires. In the dirt, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Travis d'Arnaud's OPS, by the way, was also shot up to 819 on the year. We hope to have Sean Murphy back sometime towards the end of the month, early May, somewhere in that neighborhood. The 2-2, swing and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. I'll tell you what, the combination of Chadwick Tromp and Travis d'Arnaud hasn't been too shabby. We definitely can't wait to see Sean Murphy back, but between Tromp and Travis d'Arnaud, normally that's a death sentence to a team. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So I thought that whole time that the screen was jacked up, but I thought maybe I'd miscounted or missed something that the umpire said, so that wasn't wrong. That'll bring Jared Kelenic to the plate. Kelenic takes the first pitch outside for a strike. It's 0-1. Kelenic batting .359. The 0-1. Down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. 1-2. Can't remember the name of it, Josh. It's something like .ca net or I don't know. I'll leave that to the production team. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is swatted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And here comes Kelenic trying to stretch into a double, and he is nowhere close. I don't know what Kelenic was doing, but it wasn't smart base running. Good night, Irene. He had no shot. I think he thought Taveras was going to chase Travis d'Arnaud to third, so he was trying to be the tail runner. And he went in for a dive, tried to get the swim move. Looking at the replay, does he have a... Oh, no, because he came way off the base. He was trying to argue with it. I saw the as the pitch on the way to Luis Guillorme, and when the ball hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Guillorme, baby. Braves score, and it's 2-1. Nice piece of hitting by Guillorme. Off-speed pitch on the outer part of the plate. He just kind of slapped it. Thankfully, it stayed fair. Texas 2, Braves 1. Eovaldi, by the way, at 38 pitches. You got to keep an eye on that. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. First pitch on the way is called for an inside strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty pitch. High and inside. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runner on second. 1 out. The pitch from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Chase the curveball well off the edge. So a 1-2 count to Acuna. He's 1 for 1 on the night. The pitch. Inside check swing. That got his hand. Oh, that is not good. That got Acuna's hand. That is not good. That is not good. Bochy's arguing whether or not he went around and swung at it. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the fact that it hit him on the knuckles. Oh. He seems to be okay. He did hold up, by the way. The ball came in and just got him on the left pinky. We might have missed the knuckle by a hair, and if that's the case, we might be okay. He seems all right. He's stretching his hand. That's what I was worried about. I didn't care about the base runner, not at this stage. Worried about keeping that man healthy and playing. So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Harris takes a swing at the first pitch. That ball's going to roast right through the infield. A worm burner. Here comes the runner all the way around to score. The game is tied, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is going first and third, and your Atlanta Braves have made it deuces wild here. It's 2-2, bottom 2, here in Atlanta, Georgia. He hit them where they ain't. That was a worm burner right up the middle. It was to the right of Eovaldi and in between second and short, just right of the second base bag. And the pitching coach is back out there talking to Eovaldi again. That's the second time in as many innings. In fact, Maddox is up there. I know Eovaldi's is just an unbelievable competitor. From his days back to the Red Sox and, of course, with the Rangers and Tampa Bay before that. And it was noticeable that Maddox came out there to talk to him. You don't see this much. He was massaging his shoulders, basically telling him to calm down. That's awesome, Tom. Which Acuna jersey did you get? Runners on the corners. 1 out. And the rake steps to the plate. First pitch on the way, blasted deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is just foul. Plenty of distance, just past the right field foul pole, and he just missed that baby. It hit the chop house wall, but to the right of the foul pole. Unbelievable. That was close. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-2. The replay made it play tricks on you. It almost looked like that it did hook fair, but it was definitely foul. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Eovaldi at 45 pitches. You'd love to get into this bullpen. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Matt Olson stands on deck, Azuna in the hole. The 1-2, Eovaldi turns around, flips it over, keep Harris close by. He goes diving back under the tag. So a 1-2 count. Acuna stands on third. Any kind of a fly ball should score him. And a non-double play definitely gets him in. The 1-2 pitch, high and inside, 2-2, 94 miles an hour. Braves 2, Rangers 2, bottom 2, a 2-2 count. Deuces are wild in Hotlanta, GA. The pitch. Down, ball 3. So a full count. Runners on the corners. And the throw over to first. Man, that was close. Harris just got under the tag. Lowe tagged him on the top shoulder blade and just, a hair late. So a full count, 3-2. Looking at the replay, he just got in there. That is extremely close. We need Texas to throw a pitch. Here we go. The pitch. Down and in, ball 4. I'll tell you what, that ball was, that tag was so close, I was a little concerned that it may have been, he may have gotten it. But we'll never know. Bases are loaded. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson, swung on, lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch is Taveras, but Ronald Acuna Jr. will come across home plate doing the gritty, and it's 3-2 Atlanta. On the play, Harris goes from second to third. We've got runners on the corners. Good job by Olson. He understood the assignment, knew he just had to get the ball deep enough to get Acuna score. So Braves 3, Texas 2, bottom 2. Righty-righty matchup, Marcell Ozuna stepping to the plate. Runners on the corners. 2 outs, the pitch. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Runners on the corners, 2 out. The pitch. Swing, and it's a comebacker to the mound. Eovaldi's got it, fires it over to first. Bad camera work, but we figured it out, and that'll end the inning. 1-3 put out on the play, and we will be back in a flash. Braves score 3 to take a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the second. We head to the third.
Are you making fun of me being fat again?
You're not fat again. You were always fat.
Hey, is it a trolley, buggy, or a cart?
It's a buggy. Here, down here, we have buggies. It's a buggy.
It is a shopping cart. A buggy is something you strap to a horse's ass.
Whenever you go down there to the Walmart, and what do you say to your youngin'? Hey, run over there and go grab me a buggy so we can do our shopping.
I ain't got no damn youngin'.
What
I say to him, get away from me, you ugly little...
A priest is driving down the road 100 miles an hour and he's stopped by the guards. The guard notices the smell of alcohol off the priest's breath and the bottle of wine on the floor. And he says to the priest, "You've been drinking, sir." No, just water. "Smells an awful like wine though," says the guard. The priest takes one look at the bottle and says, "Oh, good Lord, he's done it again."
This is the number 2, right?
Yes.
I meant to say number 3. I don't want this. And matter of fact, a number 7. Or number 3, you pick one.
You mean I pick one? You just ordered the food.
Excuse me?
Bro, you heard what I said, bro. You about to close, bro. I got time for your bro.
What kind of customer service is this?
What kind of customer are you?
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion, venality, great public fools in baseball, and great public heroes, and self-serving people, and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Braves Country Baseball. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button, y'all. We want to get this sign down. My producers won't let me do it until it does come down. I've tried that argument before. Braves lead this one 3-2. If you're just joining us, fireworks already. The first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to start the third is a fastball down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. It's not that ball was not a ball, but he called some really questionable pitches with Eovaldi on the mound. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, lifted high into right field. Drifting over, making the catch is Acuna Matata. One away. Nice catch. So one down, top of the third, and Corey Seager comes to the plate. There's a big, I don't know, and I don't know how else to explain it, but like a tongue bath of a article up. I think it was either ESPN or MLB about Corey Seager's swing. The first pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside wide. It's 1-0. And Corey Seager's a great player, don't get me wrong. But I don't know if this is the time to write that with a 729 OPS. The 1-0 pitch swung on. Atom ball right to Olsen. A one-hopper. Hard hit. He'll step on the bag, 2 away. And they were referring to it as the prettiest swing in baseball. I mean, I don't know. Left-handed swings are always prettier than the right-handed swings. So to call his swing any better than anybody else, I think everybody always goes when they when we talk about the prettiest swings, it's always Ken Griffey. What does it say? How we got the logo on the chat. The changeup is on the way to Carter, down the way for a ball. It's 1-0. Joshua, when you become a country club member, which is just joining our membership, you get the logo put next to your name. It's just $2.99 a month, and it kind of helps the channel. The 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-0. If you're on an iPhone, evidently you have to go to like Safari or whatnot on your actual browser to hit join. If you're on as the 2-0 pitch is swung on, grounded up the middle, just off the glove of Arcia. Arcia was going to grab it and scoop it and get him by about a step or two, but the ball came out of his glove. Probably be an infield single. I can't imagine that's a error. He had a long way to go on that one. But if you're on an Android device, there's a join button right there. It's got something to do with Google and Apple never getting along. They don't want to help each other out, so it's got a lot to do with that. First pitch on the way to Adolis Garcia is a strike right inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Charlie's going to step off the mound for a second. A little bit of a time called. Righty-righty matchup. Garcia, who's already 1 for 1. Carter on first, 2 outs. The pitch. Sinker misses wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Yeah, I don't think anybody ever picks right-handed pitchers or right-handed hitters to have pretty swings. And there's a very basic reason for that, is the 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. Because most pitchers are right-handed, you'll notice the camera coming from the outfield is the 2-1 pitch, right there for a strike, fastball right down the pipe, 2-2. It's tilted just to the right of the right-handed pitcher so that you can see his delivery much better. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, pops it up, high in the sky, can of corn. Matt Olson will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Texas gets an infield single, but can't cash it in. We'll be back in a flash. We'll talk more about the prettiest swings in baseball when we come back.
All right, everybody, we gathered y'all here today to let everybody know that I got COVID! COVID!
Armchair.
Dad,
What?
do you think you're a good person?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Just ask me. I'll tell you.
Oh, Dad, I don't want one of your lines. Seriously answer.
I don't know. I try to be.
What does that mean? You try? I asked if you
That means
are or
I
aren't.
treat people the way I want to be treated, and my handshake still means something. Just for the record, there's a lot of good in you, too. You have the ability to be even better than me.
You think?
Yeah, and I'll give you a nickel's worth of free advice. At some point in your life, you're going to get to choose what sort of a man you want to be, and once you pick, you walk in that direction with deliberate steps, and don't look back. Don't let people change you once you've made the decision.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So back to the aesthetics of the swing. Your camera is usually sitting all over the right-hand shoulder of the pitcher. And so because of that, you get a better clean view when a left-handed hitter is up. And so his swing is always going to look just a little prettier. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a slider down and away for a strike. It's 0-1. So when that ball comes in on a left-hander and you get that clean look, and most left-handers have that it's just natural low swing as the 0-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high down the right field line past the first base dugout. That'll go into the crowd, and gentleman catches the ball barehanded in the fourth row. He gets a standing ovation from the folks around him. I think, if I saw that right, yeah, he had to put his son down to catch the ball. I thought he had a kid in his arm. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. He had a toddler, I don't know, I'm guessing 4 or 5 years old, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe a little younger. He had him in his arms and saw the ball coming, so he put his toddler down to catch the ball and probably to shield his son as well. Arcia just chased that one. That was nowhere near the zone. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud takes the first pitch. Slider slaps up against the backstop. Nowhere near the plate. Nowhere near the hind catcher's glove. It's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud walked his first time up. That's why he's got 0-0 next to his name. The 1-0 pitch down and away, 2-0. Any kind of a walk or sac fly does not count on your as an official at bat. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-1. It does count as a plate appearance, just not an at bat. So a 2-1 count, righty. Eovaldi fires the pitch down, misses, 3-1. Nathan Eovaldi is in the bottom of the third and is about to throw his 60th pitch of the night. Do the Braves good to go out here and really run that pitch count up. The 3-1 to Travis. The pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled down the line. 97-mile-an-hour fastball sawed off over first base side. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. I don't know if I have a favorite player. That's a good question to ask everybody else. So the 3-2 pitch just misses outside, ball 4. Travis d'Arnaud will head on down to first. I've got so many players that I like to. I don't know if there's a player that I mean, I tell you my least favorite player is right now. It's Aaron Butler. Has to get a few weeks. Ozzie Albies is one of my favorites. Unfortunately, he's on the IL right now. First pitch on the way to Jerry Kelenic is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. I'll tell you one of my favorite things to see nowadays, though, and I know everyone's like, oh, he's going to talk about Orlando Arcia's arm. No, is the 1-0 pitch is swung on, comebacker, caught by Simeon, had to do a little bit of a hopping catch. d'Arnaud dove back into first before he got doubled up. 2 away. One of my favorite things to see now is when the Braves win and Kelenic's in the outfield and he tries to do the gritty along with Acuna and Harris, and they all get to laughing. It is about the funniest damn thing because Duvall, if you haven't noticed it, he does the gritty, but he just hops, and it's almost like he's mocking it. But Kelenic's trying to get good at it, and it's funny to watch it. So that'll bring Guillorme to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI. The 0-1 pitch, or the first pitch on the way, swing and a missed strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, right down the pipe. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch, swing and fist that foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 3, Rangers 2, bottom 3. Travis d'Arnaud is on base again. Second walk of the night. You count that, and 3 home runs last night is the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle, but right at Simeon. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. Braves put 1 on, but can't get him across. We'll head to the top of the 4th. Braves lead it by 1.
What do you want Santa to bring you for Christmas?
Chicken nuggets.
No, toys. What kind of toys?
I don't want a toy.
What? You just want chicken nuggets?
Yeah.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter? No, but Kraft Singles does.
Tim Tebow. He circumcises kids in Vietnam or something.
Philippines, I believe.
Thank you. Sorry.
That seems like a hobby.
It feels like it should be illegal.
You're making this
I'm
up.
not making this up.
Dead ass, dude.
And they said he also assisted in a few dental operations over there. So, I mean, it's just the Wild West.
But it's like, out of all the things they need, they're like, Tim, should you give them money? He's like, no. What else? What about, like, food? He's like, keep going. They'll get that. Oh, these kids are uncircumcised. What did you say?
Poor Tebow.
Poor Tebow. Poor Filipino kid. Can we get a doctor in here?
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fiddlers on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
I was today years old and I found out people don't like gingers. Are you?
Oh, hold on now, sister. That was a hard R. That R was pretty hard on that. We usually say it with an A. And usually only my fellow Red can say it. So, no suspect if you ask me.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. The report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one by just 1 as we head to the top of 4. Pretty fast-moving game. Nate Lowe, who coming off the IL today, will stand in. Open stance from the left side. The first pitch from Charlie is a curveball wide of the zone, down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit on the ground. Over to second. Guillorme's got it. He'll flip it to first. 1 away. One down. That'll bring another left-handed bat. Josh Smith, the third baseman, filling in for Josh Young. Pitch on the way is a cutter outside wide, nowhere near the plate, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball just nips the outer edge, 1-1. 1-1 count. Nobody on, 1 out. Charlie kicks and fires, 94 inside, up high, 2-1. We did put a poll up, favorite infielder. I think that's the only way we can do this, figure out the favorite infielder, favorite outfielder, and go from there. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, kind of an excuse me half swing, bops it over to third. Riley charges in, cuts across the infield, flips it over to Olsen. 5-3 put out. 2 away. Question about Spencer Strider. He is he's doing fine as far as I know. He's got had the surgery last week. And his recovery time is he's expected to be back sometime close to the beginning of the season next year. First pitch from Charlie Morton is a 4-seam fastball to Wyatt Langford. Sawed off foul down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way. Just below the zone changeup, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Yeah, the brace, the different technique, because he did not have your typical Tommy John. It's supposed to be is the 1-1 pitch, grounded quickly over to short. RC has got it, hops it, flips it, fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. A quick 1-2-3. We'll take a few more of those. We'll be back in a flash. Braves will grab the bats, heading to the bottom of the 4th.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said get off your phone. We're watching a show.
Do you get off your phone whenever I'm watching football on the weekends?
But this is different. We're trying to spend quality time together.
Well, we could spend quality time together watching football if you weren't on your phone, so it seems like a little bit of a double standard.
Well, at least on our TV shows, we don't know what's going to happen, but when we watch the Cowboys, I feel like the same thing happens every year.
Got him! Got him!
Armchair.
World Series chance for the first time since 1995. I'm going to take a quick break to pour me a drink, by God, and then I'll meet y'all here. Anyone who wants to hang out and celebrate, we're going to keep this feed going. And let it get it, baby! It's about damn time!
Flood's first trial had been in federal district court in Manhattan in 1970.
I think Kurt Flood on the stand was treated miserably by the federal judge. He almost taunted him. A judge who showed great respect for almost all witnesses. From the bench, the judge asked Kurt Flood, this is not as easy as playing center field, is it? With a sarcastic tone in the middle of a difficult cross-examination.
No active player dared testify on his behalf. only owner Bill Veeck and a handful of retired stars came to Flood's defense.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Make sure to vote on that poll. We got about 25 votes in. The poll was put up about 5 minutes ago. You may not have seen it. And it's almost a dead even race between reasonably Arcia is back behind the pack, but he's got a few votes. I don't know many teams that would have even Steven votes for their entire infield. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is roasted over towards short, backhanded. Seager's got it, gets it over to first with no problem. There's one away. Bottom of the fourth. Braves lead it by 1. Michael Harris, the second, comes to the plate. Harris has been heating up a little bit these last couple of nights. Eovaldi comes set, lifts that red glove and kicks. Bender right there, curveball for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. You would have liked to have seen Acuna eat a few more pitches in that at bat because, once again, Eovaldi's about to hit the 70-pitch mark. The 0-1 misses outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Rangers are playing the shift to the right, the 1-1 pitch, inside 2-1. So a 2-2. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss over the top. Michael Harris, who's 2 for 2 on the night, has got a 2-2 count on him. He's going curve, four seam, and then splitter, the 2-2. Swing and fouls that straight back. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the splitter over the top. 2 away. Braves and Rangers back at it tomorrow night. Darius Vines will get the ball. He'll get a chance to pitch again for the Braves as he had a pretty good outing his last time out. The first pitch on the way to Riley is called for a strike wide of the zone high. Riley didn't like it. Can't blame him. It's 0-1. So there's a couple of things haven't been able to get to. One of them is the idea that Vines is the 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. So he's going to be a part of a rotation coming in and out of the Braves Major League Club this year. Is the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, comebacker to the mound. Eovaldi's got it. Flips it over to first. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. When we come back, we'll talk about Darius Vines and the other pieces and why they're going to deploy a much bigger rotation when we come back.
I don't have no friends because I like to be in bed. I'm for the sheets, not the streets, baby.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, would you mind doing me a favor and putting on your mask? That'd be awesome, man.
Why are you in my car?
Are you, you're an Uber?
No, but you're gonna go with me now.
No, wait a minute, Jesus!
Listen, if you and I are ever on the phone and you hear me say some dumb like, hey man, I'm gonna call you right back. When you hang up that phone, just go on about your day. Don't sit around holding your breath waiting on me to call you back, because you'll turn every color of the rainbow right before you meet your maker. I'm not playing. You think it's a game? The best time to call my phone is text message.
It's hard to compare errors now, but I also think that balls are go a little farther. I won't say juice. Most of the parks are smaller, but players today are bigger and stronger than before.
The ball may be juiced and some of the players may be juiced. I was trying in a general sense to call attention to the fact that this stuff just doesn't make sense. And this was the part that I found especially galling. People throughout baseball who pride themselves on knowing the difference between the split second it took Bill Mazeroski to turn a double play as opposed to the average second baseman, who pride themselves on knowing when a guy's arm angle comes down ever so slightly because he's fatigued in the late innings, who notice if a guy has moved half a step in or half a step back at third base. They didn't notice a damn thing when guys showed up looking like they'd been inflated with bicycle pumps.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Thanks for smashing that like button. We're up over the century mark. Man, poor goat. He's out there watching a phone. Baltimore's up on Kansas City 7-0 in the fifth. First pitch on the way from Morton to the hind catcher, Andrew Kisner. He's right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Curveball swung on and lifted over to second. Drifting over, catching the soft line drive is Guillorme, and there's one away. Braves 3, Texas 2. And that'll bring Willie Taveras to the plate. Taveras takes a swing at the first pitch and fouls it down the line for a strike. It's 0-1. So average, I'm assuming you're talking about batting average. That just means percentage of how many times a guy gets on compared to how many at-bats he's had. First pitch on the 0-1 pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. So, like, for instance, they just showed there that Taveras 7 for 22 at 318. That just means that it's 31.8%. So a 2-1 count. Righty lefty, the number 9 hitter, Taveras, takes it inside. Curveball. I think he was trying to bend into that one. I really think he was trying to move that back foot to get hit by the curveball, because he kind of leaned and shuffled his feet towards the ball. You don't normally see that. He knew that was the bender, not the fastball. So a 3-1 from Charlie. Fastball swung on and fouled back 94 miles an hour. We'll do it again. Full count to Taveras. 1 out. Braves would love to get Taveras here and keep him off the base paths with the top of the order coming. But the 3-2 pitch is outside wide. Ball 4, and Charlie loses the speedster. He'll head on down to first with Marcus Semien coming to the plate. Semien hit a home run last night. Charlie Morton's second walk of the night. He's got 2 strikeouts, 3 hits allowed. The first pitch on the way is a changeup right there underneath the hands for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Charlie comes set and fires. In the dirt. Good defensive play by Travis d'Arnaud. He's able to backhand it, keep it from going to the back wall. So a 1-1 count. Morton's at 67 pitches. Most of his laboring came from that second inning. The 1-1, down and away, 2-1. But back to talking about where the game plan with the pitching staff. Now, it's not been set in stone, but it's what everyone's speculating. Is the 2-1, Charlie Morton turns around and fires it back over to first to keep the runner close by. If you've noticed, guys like Ronaldo Lopez has literally pitched every Tuesday. Chris Sale has pitched about once a week as well. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, fouled away, we'll do it again. And the idea that they could keep these guys on a more of a 6-man rotation as opposed to a 5-man rotation, pitching every 6th day, getting 5 days of rest, maybe even more, is the 2-2. Down and away, runner takes off. Good throw by Travis, but it was a great jump by Taveras. He'll be safe. Tying runs now in scoring position. So the idea would be Darius Vines gets that extra start this week because we had the day off. And then the idea would be he would probably go back down to the farm as the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up towards the middle. Over to Arcee is covering. He's got it. Gets it over to first. Looks the runner back. 2 away. Big out number 2. Kept the center fielder at bay at second. Could still score on just about anything to the outfield with Taveras' speed. But you eliminate the wild pitch or an error scoring the runner. Pitch on the way to Corey Seager is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So for instance, Vines pitches tomorrow, unless they're going to look at it as the fact that the Braves are off on Thursday. But what they would probably do, according to these writers, the 1-0 misses outside wide 2-0, is they would send Darius Downs. When you send a pitcher down, he's got to be down for 10 days. The 2-0 pitch, swung on and lifted into left field, drifting back, making the catch is Kelenic, and the kid retires the side with a running catch just before the warning track. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Braves grab the bats, leading by 1.
I'll be late for work again. That's the 5th time I've been late this week. It's only Tuesday.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play-by-Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
JD.
So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend. He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one by just one. Nathan Eovaldi will go back out there the bottom of the fifth. Eovaldi to face Olson, Ozuna, and Arcia. First pitch on the way, just off the plate wide, called for a strike. It's 0-1. He's been calling a lot of those wide strikes away from the hitters. Not so much on the inside, but the outside. The 0-1. Down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Down and in, curveball, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Outside wide. Ball 3-1. Braves 3. Texas 2. Bottom 5. The pitch. Misses outside wide, ball 4. So a walk to lead off the bottom of the fifth. Eovaldi is at 82 pitches. So he's corralled his pitch count quite a bit, honestly. He had a fairly quick inning here. He can get through the fifth. Don't think they can set him back to the sixth. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Pitch. Swing and fouls it off his right leg. Don't think it hit the protector, but doesn't seem fazed by it. Do it again, 1-1. Olson on first. The 1-1 to Ozuna. Swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour fastball right there in on his hands, 1-2. Knowing Eovaldi, he's going to try to go to the splitter to the right-hander now. Try to get a strikeout or a double play. That's been his MO all night long. So a 1-2 to Ozuna. They set up outside wide. The pitch. Down and away. Good stab by Kisner to keep that from rolling to the backstop. They want to keep the double play in order. Two of our slower runners, Ozuna at the plate and Olson at first. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball called for a high strike on the outer edge. 1 away. Ozuna doesn't like it, but, you know, that's just one of those things where when you know a guy's been calling the outside part of the plate all night long, and it did miss the zone. There's no doubt about it. But you kind of have to, unfortunately, you kind of have to chase that one. First pitch on the way to Arcia is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Dan Isona is just, people always focus on the Angel Hernandez of the world, but they don't pay attention to Dan Isona's because he is just, he's consistently bad. I will give him that. He normally, when he starts grabbing a part of the zone that he's going to stretch, he normally does it all game long, and it's not a thing where, you know, the Angel Hernandez stuff is just, at this point, it's a comedy show. The 2-0 to Arcia. Swing! And fouls that down the line, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty, the pitch. Swung on and just over the outstretched glove of Villavaldi right into the second baseman's glove. Simeon's got it, steps on the bag, flips it over to first, and it's a double play to end the inning. We'll head to the sixth. Braves 3, Rangers 2 here in Atlanta.
Y'all, back when I was a kid, I could fall out of a tree and walk it off like it was nothing. Now, if I sleep wrong, I can't turn my head to the left for a whole week.
This is weak, man. Frank's trying to not pay me my winnings for the Skins beatdown I just issued him because his 401k's tanking. It's like, dude, you gotta grab the reins, man. Do some analytics, do some research, and take charge so I don't have to subsidize your lack of golfing skills.
But then the night told, you moved your ball.
Frank, it was on the cart path. Why don't you try reading the rules, Shankopotamus?
If you don't like me, just say that, okay? I don't like you. Why would you say that? It's so mean.
Never kiss mom on dad's birthday.
Armchair.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Lead this one 3-2. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to Evan Carter, the number 3 hitter's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. 1-1. Gary, I will take the full blame on Strider's injury, but I'll tell you why. Not only did I put a ticket down for him to win the Cy Young, you know what came in the mail 2 days ago? I kind of forgotten I had ordered it. Is the 1-1 pitch is swung on, comebacker just past Charlie, backhanded it is Guillorme, fires it over to first, and beats the speedy Carter by about a half step. 1 away. Good defensive play by Luis Guillorme. Had to backhand it, throw it off his right foot, heading towards third, and had enough mustard on to get him. Yeah, we opened the mail the other day. It was either yesterday or the day before. And my wife was like, what is this? Did you get a shirt? I was like, I haven't ordered a shirt. I don't know when. And I opened it up. There's the first pitch on the way to Garcia is just misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. Fastball on the 1-0 pitch is right down the pipe, 93 miles an hour, 1-1. It was a Spencer Strider City Connect jersey. And I remember ordering now weeks ago as the four-seam fastball misses wide, 2-1. Because I was thinking about all the players I have jerseys of and shirts of, and I didn't have one of his. As the 2-1 pitch is swung on and grounded foul down the third base line, evens up the count 2-2. I was like, Strider's one of my favorite players. Why the hell do I not have his jersey? I went through all of my jerseys, like, man, I guess I don't have one. I thought I had one. So I ordered City Connect, found it on discount. It was on big discount during the offseason because they're going away from For the A to hashtag Braves Country on everything. Is the 2-2 pitch swatted down the right field line? Is that going to be fair? It is. Up against the wall. Karams Acuna fires it over to second. Garcia, kind of a clumsy slide, but I'm pretty sure he held on to the bag. He'll be safe with one out. I mean, we just can't get this guy out. I know he'd probably ask for more money than God, but I would love to have him playing in the outfield somewhere so we didn't have to face him. Every time we face Adolis Garcia, it's like he's his own personal cheat code. I was amazed when I covered the World Series this year, and he had some games, but I thought he was just dominant every time I saw him, and he was okay, he was good, but it wasn't the dominance that I came to saw, because I did that and I did the American League Championship Series. First pitch to Lowe is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, 93, way outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Charlie Morton about to fire his 85th pitch of the night. In a perfect world, he gets through this inning as the 1-1 curveball misses wide, 2-1. If he can get through this inning, it would give him a quality start, and they would probably give him a rest after this one. I can't imagine he goes back out there for the 7th unless it's a very quick couple outs. The 2-1. Curveball just clips the zone, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Charlie Morton reaching up there near the 90 pitch mark. Garcia on second, representing the tying run. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with 94 straight gas. 2 away. Unbelievable. Just about the time I think he's going to try to get him to chase one down and away, he pumps 94 up around the letters. He cannot catch up. First pitch on the way from Morton to Smith is right there for a strike. 0-1. Josh Smith 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball grabs the top of the zone. Nice curve by Charlie. He's really got that bender working. 0-2. Braves and Rangers back at it again tomorrow night, 7:10 first pitch. The 0-2 pitch. Curveball outside wide, 1-2. Just a reminder, Sundays are Sunday Fun Day. We put up the chat, but no play-by-play. We'll do some of them, but it'll be impossible to do tomorrow night. I've got to be up before the sun comes up on Mondays. The 1-2 pitch. Charlie comes set, fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the Uncle Charlie, and that may be Charlie's last pitch. He's only at 91, so we may see him for the 7th. We'll be back in a flash.
So come to find out, the barber that lives around the corner from me just got arrested for selling drugs. You just never know about people, man. I've been going to this dude for 12 years. Never knew he was a barber. It's crazy, man.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Craig Biggio is remembered as a great contact hitter and one of the best Astros ever. In 1997, he played 162 games without grounding into a double play, becoming the only player to ever do that. Hunter Greene is an extremely exciting prospect for the Cincinnati Reds. Part of that excitement comes from his electric fastball. In his April 16th start against the Dodgers, he threw 39 pitches over 100 miles per hour, setting a new record.
Baseball had become one of the biggest entertainment industries in the country, and when war actually came in April, the owners saw no reason to stop playing.
With an astonishing disregard for the new proprieties and new decencies, the so-called magnates of baseball have proclaimed in both leagues their unswerving adherence to the wretched fallacy of business as usual. New York Times.
The owners argued that baseball should be declared an essential wartime industry so that
players would be exempt from the draft. It didn't work.
July the 21st, 1918. Baseball received a knockout wallop yesterday when Secretary Baker ruled players in the draft age must obtain employment calculated to aid in the successful prosecution of the war or shoulder guns and fight.
Fresh recruits drilled on the Elysian Fields in Hoboken, New Jersey, where Brooklyn and Manhattan teams had developed the game of baseball 70 years before. Some ball players found jobs in defense industries where they were paid handsomely to play on company teams. But 247 major leaguers did serve, and 3 were killed in action.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We are heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to us all on Braves Country Radio and on several radio independent stations around the country tonight. They're listening to us in Georgia, Iowa, New Mexico, as the first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a slider outside the zone. It's 0-1. West Virginia, and for the first time ever, we are being listened to in Alaska. The 0-1 pitch. Righty. Inside, gets him. Fastball hits Travis d'Arnaud right in the ribs. D'Arnaud's over there apologizing to the catcher. I think it's because the bat came back and hit him. Travis is way too damn nice. I'd be like, hey man, you tell your actually, I don't know what he was apologizing for. Because the ball hit Travis. Maybe it ricocheted and hit him? Okay, that's what it was. The ball ricocheted. But if I'm Travis, I'm like, man, you tell your pitcher to quit hitting us. So that'll put 1 on, nobody out. The first pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic is tap foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Joshua in South Carolina, good to. Yeah, everybody. I was just referring to the radio stations, but everyone in the chat, if you tell us where you are, we'll give you a shout out. The 0-1 pitch. Chop foul off the plate. It's 0-2. They don't let me know every night because they get the guy that's in charge of that whole thing gets the information just before first pitch, and sometimes he sends it to me, sometimes he doesn't. He told me the other night, the first time, well, to my knowledge, we were being carried over in Europe. The 0-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. Do it again, 0-2. I don't know. I think it was a radio station. I didn't get the clarification, but I think they were getting our feed and putting it up. All I know is it was somewhere over in Great Britain, but I didn't recognize the name. The 0-2 pitch. Outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Remember a couple of times last year we got picked up in Australia. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and foul. Just got a piece of it. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count. Righty, lefty. Norman is in Dothan, Alabama. Dothan, Alabama, man. I remember a night in Dothan, Alabama about 30 years ago. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kelenic right out in front of that. 1 away. As they say, I spent a week there one night. Erie, Pennsylvania. Welcome in. Rick in Erie, Pennsylvania. Norman in Dothan. Joshua in South Carolina. First pitch on the way to Guillorme is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The Rangers and Braves are back at it tomorrow night, 7:10 first pitch. We'll have the chat up, just no play-by-play. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pushing button says oldest town in Texas, but I don't know what what town that is. The 2-0. Turns around and flips over to first. Trying to keep the... I don't know why he's trying to keep Darno close by. He's not a threat to steal. Gavrillo is listening in Chattanooga. Assuming that's Chattanooga, Tennessee. I've got a funny story about Dothan, Norman. I was Birmingham, Alabama, Red Rum. The 3-0 pitch right down the pipe, 3-1. I don't know how to pronounce that pushing buttons. I figure I'll butcher the hell out of that. I can't tell if you're yanking my chain with that name. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's swatted foul down the line. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Claxton, Georgia. Auburn, Georgia. I'm sure you're constantly confused. People confuse you with Auburn, Alabama, I bet. The 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. So we got a runner on first, runner on second, 1 out. Yeah, pushing buttons. I swear I thought you were yanking my chain. It looks like Bruce Bochy's going to come out of the dugout and make a pitching change. We'll take the break with him. When we come back, we got runners on first and second, just 1 out.
Ted Turner took over ownership of the Braves in 1976, a season in which they finished last in the National League West. At one point, they were so bad they lost 13 consecutive games. But this didn't faze Turner, who had high hopes for the 1977 season. Unfortunately, reality set in, and shortly after the start of the season, the Braves found themselves in a 16-game losing streak. So how is Ted Turner going to turn around a team that was headed further and further down the standings? He took matters into his own hands, literally. He told the press that Braves manager Dave Bristol was on a scouting trip, and he would be taking over managerial duties on May 11th, a day when the Braves were facing off against the Pirates. It went about as well as you think it would. Not knowing any of the signs, he had to sit next to coaches and tell them what signs to relay to players. The Braves wound up losing the game 2-1 for their 17th straight loss, putting them 8-22 on the season. Turner's goal was to be in the trenches to get to the bottom of what was wrong with his struggling team. The next day, Turner received a letter from National League President Chub Feeney telling him that his first game as manager would be his last, but why? According to Rule 20E, no manager or player on a club shall directly or indirectly own stock or any other proprietary interest or have any financial interest in the club by which the manager or player is employed except under an agreement approved by the commissioner. With Turner out and Bristol on his trip, another Braves coach, Vern Benson, took over managerial duties for the next game and ended the Braves' losing streak with a 6-1 victory over the Pirates.
With the help of several would-be owners, Ward and the Brotherhood started a rival league, the Players League. At first, the new league did well. 56 top players defected to its teams and brought their fans with them.
I am for war without quarter. I want to fight until one of us drops dead. From this point on, it will simply be a case of dog eat dog, and the dog with the bulldog tendencies will live the longest. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. John Gray's coming out of the pen. The right-hander fires the first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr., swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. John Gray, he's been a starter his whole career. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Rocks and fires. Inside, 96. 0-2. Acuna didn't like the call. Can't say I blame him, mainly because you can't give the batters or the pitchers 2 inches off the inside, 2 inches off the outside. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, same spot, didn't get the call this time, 1-2. I don't blame Gray if you're going to call that a strike. Go right back to it. McNailen's listening in Asheville, North Carolina. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. That one definitely was a strike. A floater out on the edge. 2 away. Runner still on first and second with 2 outs. That'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. See, I feel like I've missed a few. Chilton County and Jeff. Levi says... Levi in Claxton, Georgia, near Savannah. Linda in Vicksburg, Mississippi. They're out there checking on John Gray. Not sure what the deal is. He didn't look like he did anything. I'll have to check the replay. See what else we got going on here while we wait for them to get talking to John Gray. He appears to be okay. I don't know what that was. Donald Brooks. Claxton, Georgia. Red Rum. Asheville. I thought I missed one. If I missed one, put it back in the chat. I was trying to keep up with it. So that'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. He takes the first pitch outside for a strike. That one did hit the zone. It's 0-1. Harris is 2 for 3 with a single, or 2 singles, an RBI, and a stolen base. The 0-1 to Harris. Inside, 1-1. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. Honestly, the way they've been swinging, Harris is the... You wouldn't say this much, but he could be pitching around Harris. The 1-1. Swing and a miss came out of his shoes of that curveball. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Runner on first and second. 2 outs. The pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-2. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is Joe Jimenez. He would spell the 7th. Probably mentor the 8th. The 2-2. Inside. 3-2. Came dangerously close to hitting Harris. Missed his hands by just a few inches. So a full count, 2 outs. Runners will be on the move. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped down the first base line. We'll do it again. Braves 3, Rangers 2, bottom of the 6th. The runners will be on the move once again. They take off. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the slider down and in, round his ankles, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten again, but fail to score. We're in a tight one, a low-scoring one. It's 3-2 Atlanta heading to the 7th.
All right, team. We're going to be reviewing the new client slide deck this afternoon. And get a haircut.
At least someone noticed. Yeah, thanks.
Ryan, is that why I haven't been able to get a hold of you for like the last 3 hours?
Ryan, did you get a haircut since our meeting this morning?
Well, yeah, it was a little slow, and I got one after our morning meeting, so...
Okay, you can't just get a haircut on company time.
Okay, well, my hair grows on company time, so I don't know what, like...
Are you joking, Brian?
Are you guys joking?
Y'all, I just completed a chore that I've been putting off for 6 months and it only took me 15 minutes to do it.
Libertarianism is all about individual liberty, and it should never be defined by the terms liberal or conservative.
And communism is no good.
That's right. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah. And what's the word for when a few clerics are in charge? Religious oligarchy.
Holy a man after my own heart.
The matter of Mr. Rose is now closed. Let no one think that it did not hurt baseball. That hurt will pass, however, as the great glory of the game asserts itself and a resilient institution goes forward.
If we think about the 80s, we will always remember 1989, which was a terrible year because it was the Pete Rose business hung over the sport all through the summer and came to a sad conclusion. Immediately afterwards, Bart Giamatti died, who would in a very short space of time, had really become a significant figure in baseball and was admired and loved by everybody in the game to an extraordinary degree. And then we all went out to the World Series in San Francisco when the earthquake hit, which seemed to sum up the whole thing. It was the worst baseball year that I can remember.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. John Gray got handshake. I still can't figure out what they were doing out there talking to him after the one batter because he seemed fine. John Gray, I guess, is going to be pivoted to their bullpen. They do have some starters on the way back as well. Michael Lorenzen pitches tomorrow night. And they say Max Scherzer, they think he's going to be back as early as first week or two of May, which is surprising because they originally were thinking late June, early July. First pitch on the way from Jimenez to Langford is nowhere near the zone, up high and inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from JJ. Nice slider, grabs the outer edge, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. Langford, the number 4 overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft in 23, excuse me. The pitch, swing and a miss. Slider off the edge. Chase one outside wide. Really good pitch by him, and as it took off out of the zone at the last second. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and slapped foul. Threw essentially that same pitch. That one actually grabbed the zone. Langford was able to keep it alive. So a 1-2 count. Righty-righty. They set up outside. Swung on and grounded. Foul down the third baseline. We'll do it again. It'll be Lorenzen versus Darius Vines tomorrow night. On paper, Texas has the advantage. That's why this game's big if we want to win the series. Of course, we all know they don't play the games on paper. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 94 up top. One away. I believe it was Dan Patrick that famously coined the phrase, They don't play the games on paper. They play them inside your TV sets. So that'll bring Jankowski to the plate. Pinch hitter. In for Kitzner, the hind catcher. Pitches down and in. Slider misses. 1-0. What that most likely will spell is this just a pinch hitting role for Jankowski as the 1-0 pitch is swatted back foul behind home plate, 1-1. You would think that Sam Huff would come in and catch and probably stay in that same slot. The 1-1 pitch misses outside wide, 2-1. 95 miles an hour. So a 2-1 count. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. And it's about that time to turn back time. We'll sneak them in as we go by. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted into left field. Drifting in, making the catch is Jared Kelenic. The JK Kid, 2 away. Real quick on the out-of-town scoreboard. Baltimore 8-3 over Kansas City in the 7th. Tampa Bay beat the Yankees 2-0 earlier today. Cincinnati 7-5 over the Angels. That's in the 8th. First pitch on the way to Tavares. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Letty Tavares walked in the 5th, stole a base. The 1-0 pitch. Misses down and in 2-0. Minnesota 4-3 over Detroit. That's a final. Chicago leads Miami 4-3 as the 2-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. 2-1. That Miami-Chicago game is in the 6th. Cleveland beat Oakland 6-3. Ended just minutes ago. The 2-1 swing and a miss. 2-2. Letty was heading towards the dugout. I think he thought that was the 3rd strike. He played it off, Will, but he was starting to walk towards the dugout. Mets 6-4 over the Dodgers earlier today. All these are finals. Washington over Houston 5-4 in extras. San Francisco 7-3. They even up that series. Philly 9-5 over Chicago. The White Sox, that game's a final. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the gas right down Main Street. And we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, y'all. It's the 7th inning. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this 1-1. We're in the bottom of the 7th. In the heart of the order, due up for the Braves. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss by Riley. And when I say a miss, his bat went flying airborne near the Rangers dugout on the third base side. I would say the bat boy, but it looks like a Batman had to retrieve it. You don't see a lot of bat boys with a full beard, so I'm thinking that's a full-grown man. So Riley gets some spray on his stick and goes back to it. 0 for 2, the walk in the second, batting just .266 with an .802 OPS. The 0-1, swing and a miss, nowhere near that slider that was down and away. So an 0-2 count. Righty, Olsen on deck. The pitch. Caught looking, strike three, 95 miles an hour. Riley knew it. Couldn't get the bat off his shoulders. One away. Be interesting to see if they leave him in here to face Olsen. You'll notice Bruce Bochy. I think most people would say that Brian Snitker undermanages. Bruce Bochy overmanages. He's not scared to make moves early in the season. Looks like Gray will stay in there. The first pitch to Olsen is swung on and chopped foul right there at the plate. 0-1. I think we got most of the scores in. Boston, it's a final. Boston 4-2 over Pittsburgh. That was Crawford versus Keller. That was one of our plays on the Country Club this morning. Milwaukee 12-5 over St. Louis. The 0-1. Nowhere near the zone called for a strike, and that was ridiculous. I mean, he is just given that. I'm starting to think that home plate umpire Dan Iasona's got really early dinner plans. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Seattle leads Colorado in Denver 3-0. Luis Castillo day for the Mariners. Toronto 4-0 over San Diego in the third. That game is in Southern Cal. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and sliced it foul down the line. We'll do it again. I think that's it. That's your out-of-town scoreboard. So an 0-2 count. Righty-lefty. The pitch. Swung on and swatted foul down the third base line. 96 on the outer black. The 0-2. Rocks and fires down below the knees, 1-2. It's amazing he doesn't give those borderline calls that are just missing the zone, maybe even touching the zone going by in the bottom corner. But if it's a foot off the plate, he's ringing them up. The 1-2 pitch. Outside wide. That changeup was way off the plate. Couldn't give him that one. 2-2. Braves 3, Rangers 2, bottom of the 7th. John Gray in on relief. This is his 22nd pitch of the night. Gray kicks and fires. Caught looking, strike 3. Another fastball down the heart of the plate with 2 strikes, and another Braves hitter can't get their bat off their shoulder. Unbelievable. Just froze him. He had to have been thinking Bender. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna digs in. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch, slider down and away. It's 1-0. On this date in 1916 in Chicago, the Cubs played their first game at Wiggum Park, beating the Reds in 11 innings, 7-6. The 1-0 pitch. Swing! Pops it up. High in the sky. In center field. Making the catch is Jankowski, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 8th. Braves bullpen's going to have to hold the line, leading 3-2.
I feel like if God wanted to make me mentally stable, he would have made me mentally stable. But he didn't. So lock your doors.
After that tough 7-game series, Rodman had comments.
Yes.
About Larry Legend. Then they come to you.
Yeah.
And you had comments.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Game 7, I think Larry has like a triple-double, he torched Rodman, right? So Rodman's all upset. They give him the mic, and he says what he says, right? And I kind of echo it. Now, here's the beauty of it. Larry, you had my career right in the palm of your hand. Had you handled that press conference different, you could have just But this is what this man said.
If the statements or whatever was said doesn't bother me, I don't think it should bother any of us. But I just feel sorry for Isaiah because, just walking in this room and seeing everybody, it must have touched a lot of people. But if Isaiah tells me that it was a joking matter, I think we should leave it at that.
Come on, we've been in them locker rooms, taking tough losses. Competition sometimes brings the best out of you and the worst. Isaiah was a great basketball player. He had a big career ahead of him. But damage his career by saying something I didn't mean.
Do you think I'm elitist?
Of course I do. You needn't worry about that.
No, not in a good way.
Ever since the players had formed their union in 1966, tensions with the owners had steadily escalated. There had been a strike or a lockout every time they had had to negotiate a new contract.
Basically what? They're arguing over how to spend our money, right? I'm a baseball fan. I like to see them play ball, but, I have no sympathy for either party. None.
The fact that it shut down and stayed shut down was devastating. I can remember being in New York in the fall and being on a 7 train and going past Shea Stadium. It looked like a graveyard to me. I can remember just thinking they should be playing right now and just being so angry to the point where there were tears in my eyes.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Top of the 8th. On this date, 1916, in Chicago, the Cubs played their first game at Wigan Park, beating the Reds in 11 innings, 7-6. In 1926, the ballpark becomes known as Wrigley Field, in honor of William Wrigley, the chewing gum mogul, who gained full ownership of the team 7 seasons ago. A.J. Minter is into the game, and he'll face Simeon. The top of the order, the Texas Rangers. First pitch on the way. The 87-mile-an-hour changeup. Misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 95 right down the pipe. About letter high. Over the dish. 1-1. The 1-1 from AJ. Lefty deals. Missing outside wide 4-seam fastball, 2-1. So a 2-1 to Simeon, who's 0 for 3, but hit the home run last night. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Making the catch is Money Mike with his red glove. I guess that's a red and almost like a light blue glove. Almost silver. 1 away. Turn back time on your screen real quick. After 2 days of rain, the first Major League game finally occurs at Fenway Park in front of 27,000 fans, the largest crowd to ever attend a Boston game. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike to Seager. Cutter diving off the plate. It's 0-1. The inaugural contest is memorable with the Red Sox staging an 11-inning 7-6 walk-off victory over the Highlanders, now known as the New York Yankees. The 0-1, Cutter grabs the edge, outside high, 0-2. In the game, Tris Speaker, as the 0-2 pitch, swung on, lifted high, can of corn, just past third base. Making the catch is Riley in between third and the dugout in foul territory, 2 away. Tris Speaker following a game-saving catch in the top of the frame would then single, and it plates Steve Yerkes, who reached base on an error and advanced on a pass ball. So that was like their own version of the Ghost Runner. That was on this date, 1912. Back when you had to earn the extra inning win. First pitch on the way to Duran. Ezekiel Duran is into hit for swing and a miss strike right in there on the hands. It's 0-1. Duran coming in for Carter. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball is swatted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And just what the doctor did not order, here comes Adolis Garcia representing the go-ahead run. There's one guy did not want to see this inning. It's this guy. So Brian Snitker's got a decision to make. Does he stick with the lefty against the dangerous bat of Adolis Garcia, and it looks like he will, or go to eyeglasses in the pen? Lefty, righty, the pitch. Swing, and that ball swatted back foul. It's on 196 right in there on the hands. And it's not that he can't face right-handers. At some point, though, I would like to see what Iglesias can do this season on a longer outing, more than 3 outs, meaning. They got a right-hander stirring in the Rangers pen. So we may get some pinch hitters in the ninth. The 0-1. Changeup misses down and in, 1-1. Looked like it may have grabbed the zone, but the way Travis was set up on the outer edge and then had to cross up and catch it underhanded, you're just never going to get that call. So a 1-1 count. Runner on first, 2 outs. Mentor flips it over to first to keep Ezekiel close by. Braves 3, Rangers 2. Adolis Garcia with a single, a double, a run scored, 321 batting average, 947 OPS. The 1-1 swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-2. Guess the good news, if we get out of this jam, you will have gotten past Garcia, which is most definitely the heavy lifting against this lineup. The 1-2 pitch, set up outside, swing and a miss, strike 3. He pulled the string on that changeup, and that'll end the inning. A.J. Mentor with a big hold here in the 8th. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th and try to give him some breathing room.
You're the most beautiful, funny, loving girl I've ever met. You're perfect. But I want to see if I can try and find someone better.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Well, I actually patterned my look after what they called the town tramp in my hometown when I was a little girl. I thought she was so beautiful, and everybody used to say, oh, she ain't nothing but trash. And I used to say, well, that's what I'm going to be when I grow up, trash.
The 4-year stretch that Craig Kimbrell had in Atlanta was the best we've ever seen a closer be. He had 4 years in a row where he got 46 saves, 52 saves, 50, and 47. He was top 5 in Cy Young in 2 of those years, top 10 in all 4 of those years, and in that 52 save year, he had a 1.01 ERA.
You guys make proclamations, you don't make predictions, you're pompous. That's why you guys...
Well, why are you listening?
Gabish?
Why are you listening?
I listen because I hate you guys.
If you grew up in an American League city in the 1950s, you basically hated the Yankees. This was Casey's juggernaut, which won 9 pennants in 11 years, 5 World Series in a row. There's never been dominance like it at any other time in the history of baseball. Some people criticized Stengel and said he was just a push-button manager, but he knew which buttons to push. So a wonderful thing that he had, in addition to the great stars like Mantle and Ford and Berra, he had an ability to pick up players who were seemingly at the ends of their careers, spare parts, Johnny Hopp, Enos Slaughter, players who he knew could perform one particular role, who could fit into this grand scheme that he had. God knows it worked.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The stats are in. Thank you to all 105 people that voted. Ozzie wins favorite infielder on the poll. I'll put the stats up in the chat so you can see them. He got 39%, Riley 24%, Olson 21%, and Arcia 14%. Speaking of Arcia, he'll lead us off. righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a swing and drops it in for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves got one on, nobody out. Start the bottom of the 8th. By Arcia. Pitch was on the outside part of the plate. He just went with it and served it into center field. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama ding dong. A 2-run shot from Travis d'Arnaud. 4 home runs in 2 nights. A hanger, a banger, and she's gone, baby. Off-speed pitch that he absolutely torched over the left field wall. .347 happy feet just got over the wall. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 5-2. First pitch on the way to Kelnick is out there for a strike, changeup. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Rangers 2. The 0-1, 87-mile-an-hour changeup just below the knees. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing and chopped it high in between home and first. Travis d'Arnaud now with 8 RBIs over the last 2 nights. The 1-2 pitch. Broken bat. It's going to die into the glove of Seager, who's drifting back into shallow center field. He'll make the catch, 1 away. Luis Guillorme will come up. Righty-lefty matchup. Guillorme, 1 for 2. First pitch inside. Misses high and inside, 92 miles an hour. 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on, comebacker to the mound. Flips it over to first. Easy 1-3 put out, 2 away. Guillorme chased that changeup off the edge and just kind of rolled over it. So 2 down, and Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna, righty-righty matchup, 1 for 3, the single and a hit by pitch. The first offering is fouled over the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Braves 3 outs away now from taking the series. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. They'll go for the 3-game sweep tomorrow night, 7:10 first pitch. Darius Vines versus Lorenzen. The 1-1, sawed-off foul, slaps back behind home plate against the screen. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty-righty. Acuna digs in the pitch. Down and away, try to get him to chase off the edge. Good take by Ronnie. 2-2. The 2-2. Inside. Ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Nobody on the pitch. Outside wide, ball 4. Ronald Acuna Jr. will head on down to first. I had to pause for a second because that's right where he's been calling really wide strikes all night long. But his conscience got the better of him on that one. Acuna heads on down to first. Michael Harris, the second, is 2 for 4. Comes to the plate. Harris digs in the first pitch. Down and away. 1-0. The 1-0. Turns around and flips it over to first. Cunha sliding back in head first before the tag. So 1-0 count. Righty, lefty, the pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Just past the outstretched glove of Corey Seager. We've got runners on first and second, 2 outs. Here comes the rake. A chance to break this wide open. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, is going to come out there and talk to Pruitt, try to calm him down a bit. Braves 5, Rangers 2. Oh, good grief. Aaron Bummer's warming up in the bullpen. Thankfully, Eyeglasses is out there too. So, believe if it stays 5-2, Eyeglasses comes in. But if we break it wide open, it's going to be Bummer's going to be given a chance. Braves 5, Texas 2. The thing about Bummer, I was looking at his stats over the last few years. He's come down a mile an hour in velo every year the last 4 seasons. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and away for a ball. Squirts away, but runners stay put 1-0. And considering the Braves are all about the numbers, I'm a little surprised to see that because I would have thought that would have chased him off, especially with the high ERA. So with that low velo, as it continues to go down, he's going to have to be more precise with his sinker. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 92 4-seam right down the pipe. It's 1-1. Yeah, I don't think Bummer's going anywhere, Russell. They've made too much of a commitment towards him. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, 92. Outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty. Runners on first and second. It is snowing in Colorado, by the way. They're trailing 7-0. I just saw snow on the screen. The 1-2 pitch just misses high. Riley's lucky on that one. He's been calling that high top corner all night long. So deuce is wild. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. The pitch to Riley. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? They're going to chase it back behind home plate, but it'll get into the stands. We'll do it again at 2-2. They do have another right-hander warm me up in the pen for the Rangers. I'm sure they don't want to have to go to him. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making a jumping catch at the top of the wall is Jankowski, and that'll end the inning. Riley can't believe it. I think he thought that was gone. We'll be back in a flash. Braves do get 2 on the board. The 2-run blast by Travis d'Arnaud will be back.
Look, Dude, when we go in here, can you please just be normal? I am normal, dude. I'm normal. My actions are normal. Dude, I am normal, man. Hold up, dude. Seriously, I gotta grab some t-shirts out of my car. They were on sale at Walmart for $1. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to sell them to some folks. No, you're not gonna sell t-shirts. T-shirts like the most normal shirt that there is. That doesn't make any sense. And I got them for $1, dude. I'm about to flip a hustle, dude. Hustling ain't normal no more. Hustling is not normal at Nana's funeral. Nana would never say that.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out!
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day!
If you're around a smoker, smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it.
Armchair.
Why is everybody mad when I ask their zodiac sign on the first date? They are like, oh, you're one of those? One of what? I simply asked your zodiac sign, why is it such a big deal to tell me what it is? They act like I came from a psychic ward or something. It's giving Scorpio anyways.
Despite the ban, the Pythians became the first recorded all-black team to play a white team, the Philadelphia City Items, a group of newspapermen. The Pythians won 27-17. Their captain, Octavius Cato, was later killed in a Philadelphia race riot.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Saw the question about the weather for tomorrow. Looks like rain until about mid-afternoon, so they should be good by tomorrow night if this radar is accurate. Shows here clearing up by about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then just cloudy throughout the evening tomorrow night. Game's not till 7:10 first pitch. First pitch on the way from Eyeglasses is right there, first strike to Nate Lowe, excuse me. I knew he was going to do that. 0-1. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Making a running grab is Michael the Hawk Harris. 75% of the world is covered by water. The rest is covered by Michael the Hawk Harris. One away. He got a good beat on that one. If he gets a slow jump on that, that's trouble. That'll bring Josh Smith to the plate. He's 1 for 3. The first pitch, 95, right up round top shelf over the plate. It's fouled straight back, 0-1. The 0-1. Outside wide change it misses, 1-1. Frost warning in Hawaii. I wonder if that was Ohio that I saw the video from this morning as the 1-1 pitch. Down and in. 2-1. We share a lot of audio on our clips, but I couldn't share this one. It was so profanity laced as the 2-1 pitch is fouled down the line. Change up on the outer edge, 2-2. It was showing snow yesterday somewhere. They didn't say where in the video, and the lady is in a profanity-laced tirade, cussing the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with 96 mile an hour gas. Up over the plate, just below eye level. 2 away. But she was cussing a Ponsa Phil, the gopher in Pennsylvania. Basically telling him to get his act together, because I guess the gopher prediction this year was for a short winter. I don't know. I didn't pay attention, but first pitch right there for a strike by Iglesias. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, and that ball swatted foul down the left field line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Rangers down to their last strike. Iglesias, 1 strike away from a perfect clean inning. The 0-2. Glasses fires. Oh, man, you got to give him that call. Missed outside 1 and 2. Considering how wide he's had that zone all night long to right-handers, I cannot believe that. The 1-2. 97 misses high, 2 and 2. So a 2-2 count. Righty, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that should end the game. The bat went flying, but I'm pretty sure Travis held on to it. He did. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 5-2 is your final, and the Atlanta Braves have taken 2 of the first 3 against Texas. We'll go through the sweep tomorrow night. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. Atlanta Braves improved their best record in baseball to 14-5, and we did it. Man, can you believe this? We did it in about 2.5 hours. That is a fast-moving game. Braves 5, Rangers 2, and the under hit, like we predicted. We will be back in a flash with the postgame here on Braves Country Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome into Braves Country Baseball. Get that, there we go. Braves Country tonight, I should say. Atlanta Braves win it 5-2. Didn't want to block the screen tonight. The Braves score, if I had it out wide, it was gonna be blocked. So we went with this. Braves win it 5-2. I mean, you can call in and argue it, but I think we got to give I think the game ball's got to go to Travis d'Arnaud again, another home run. And he absolutely carried this. He's carried this offense the last couple of nights. The big 2-run home run. Got to love what Charlie Morton did for us. We'll get the stats here in 1 second. And Atlanta Braves win a big one and win the series, we'll go for the sweep tomorrow night, as it'll be Darius Vines on the mound versus Michael Lorenzen. And though he's had a good outing, Lorenzen is known for being all over the place sometime. We're going to put the phone number up here in 1 second. Anyone wants to call in, please remember that this is a family show, a radio show, and we don't, so please keep the language clean. We don't like to have to block anybody. There's the phone number. Josh has asked this like 9 times. It's 7:10 first pitch, man. We've said it like 9 times. The Braves win this one 5-2. So 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Low scoring game. And I thought it would be a low scoring game. If it weren't for the blast by Travis, I mean, you're talking about a really low scoring game in today's baseball. But 3-2 all the way through. Outside of the home run by Travis d'Arnaud, all the runs were scored in the second inning. Texas came on and scored 2, and then we answered back. We'll go over that here in 1 second. But you don't get that a lot in today's baseball. The way they've changed the rules and really trying to lean into the offense, it was a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel. Charlie Morton, yeah, he struggled a little bit there in the second, and he lost command from time to time. But all in all, he's pitching pretty good. I can't complain. He's pitching pretty well. A good performance by Charlie Morton. And what did he fit? He ended up with, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. That's a solid start by Charlie. When he really starts spinning that curveball, I think you're bound to see him get a few more strikeouts. Excuse me. Had a frog in my throat. I think you're going to see him get a few more strikeouts. Typically, Charlie Morton, 6 innings, 4 strikeouts is a bad night. But he's working that curveball more and more to a contact pitch. You're seeing more and more balls grounded. And the Braves win it 5-2. And let's see. Let's look at some of the games that are actually going on. Hit the scoreboard real quick. Once again, Phillies won and the Mets won. So we didn't gain any ground. And it's unbelievable that we are going through an absolute gauntlet this week playing the Astros and Rangers. We're 5-0 and haven't gained any ground. It's unbelievable. And I would have thought by now the Mets would have lost at least one of these games, if not 2 this week, playing Pittsburgh and then at the Dodgers. But they are playing good baseball, and the Phillies are basically on a bye week. They're playing the White Sox this weekend. I think Crochet goes tomorrow, though. Crochet goes tomorrow. They could have their hands full. But that's going to be something. That is going to be something if the Dodgers get swept at home by the Mets. And what I'm really surprised by, now that I'm thinking about this, wasn't really... That tells you something where Braves country is, where the Rangers fandom is. The idea that you would get Braves-Rangers on Sunday Night Baseball when New York is playing Los Angeles, Mets and Dodgers, that's pretty... I'm just putting it out there. That's wild. A few years ago, that would have never happened. They always went with New York versus Los Angeles. It was never even questioned. And that just tells you, I know that you've got 2 teams that have won the World Series 2 of the last 3 years. I get that. And we all know that the Braves have a huge fan base. Texas has a pretty good fan base as well, but the Braves fan base is enormous. But the idea that we are on Georgia and Texas is outranking LA and New York. That's pretty cool, my friends. Braves win it 5-2. Game ball goes to Travis d'Arnaud, hits another home run. If you're just joining us, another home run. He's hit 4 in the last 2 nights. He's got 8 RBIs in the last 2 nights. He's also walked twice. Travis d'Arnaud has only been successfully put out once. And that was the final at bat last night when he was going for the 4th home run. And I think he widened the zone a little bit and was trying to lift one. Other than that, Travis d'Arnaud has had a perfect weekend. If we're giving away game balls for the weekend, here we go. Welcome into Braves Country Radio. Who we got tonight?
Hey, Mac. This is Brian from Ohio.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What can we do for you tonight?
Hey, I just wanted to comment on the fact that, it was really nice to see Charlie have a decent game because we need someone else besides just Sale and Lopez, coming to the bump and at least pitching halfway decent,
Yeah, and honestly, you could have made the argument he could have went out for the 7th inning. He was only at 91 pitches. I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they did the smart thing. I hate when you'll see Snicker do this all the time. He will send the starter back out there to start the inning, and then when he gets in trouble, goes and gets him. But then, to me, it just tears us down their confidence. And why not let the reliever come in with a clean inning, right? And supposed to have having ducks all over the pond and everything. I'm so glad that he didn't do that nonsense tonight because I really felt like that. I was just waiting for it to happen to bring Charlie back out there for the 7th. He gives up 2 hits, and even if they're like broken bats, he'll stick with them until he's like, all right, let's go get him.
Right, yeah. And I was also going to say, this is pretty amazing how hot of a start that we've had with missing, 3 potential all-stars.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what your opinion is, but that's
the
crazy.
fact that we've got our starting catcher is out. We're just lucky that our backup catcher is better than most, right? But
second baseman, our ace,
our second baseman's out, our ace is out.
Yep,
and we're doing this with the starting pitching really not playing up to par yet. This is nowhere near where I expect the starting pitching to be. Ronaldo Lopez has been phenomenal. Chris Sale hasn't even been Chris Sale yet. I don't think we're going to see Chris Sale from 2017, 2018, but I do think we're going to see a little better version than what we've seen so far.
And Freed's been horrible.
He's been terrible. Has he not?
Yes.
God.
Yes.
And I know we all love Freed, and it's hard to put a sour face when we're out there 14-5, but he has been god awful. He had 59.
You can make an excuse for Charlie Morton because he's 40. But what excuse can you make for Freed? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if he's putting too much pressure on himself because he knows that this is a contract year and he's wanting to go out there and earn his money, so to speak. So sometimes, there are guys that will step up in those moments, and there are some guys who they're putting too much pressure on themselves. As they say, they're squeezing the ball too tight, right?
I'm just really glad we didn't re-sign him like he was wanting us to. Because he was mad when we didn't re-sign him.
Well, they've put some offers. He's just turned it down. I think he's unrealistic, or his agent is unrealistic on what the Braves are going to offer. I think if he took a 5-year deal right now at, we'll say, somewhere between 125 and 140, somewhere in that neighborhood, I think the Braves would accept it, and I think Mac should accept it. But it sounds like he's trying to get 30 a year for at least 5 years, and I'm sorry, I'm not doing that with a starting pitcher in his 30s. I'm just not. Not when you could go out and take that money and repurpose it, and you're not always going to hit gold like this, but we're paying Ronaldo Lopez just over 10 a year.
Yeah, it just goes to show you like what AA thought about that when he offered that money to.
I've got another call coming in. You got anything else?
No, yeah. No, you're good.
All right, brother. Call in anytime. It's good hearing from you. Go Braves.
Yep. Thank you.
Welcome into Braves Country Radio. Who do we got today? Well, whoever it was just hung up. I feel like I know that number that just called. Whoever it was just called back. I was trying to answer back, and the call just dropped. I believe it was a 601 area code. But Braves win it 5-2, and we go to 14-5 on the year. Still only going to be 2 games up on Philly, 2.5 up on New York. We don't have to worry about Washington. They're still a year away, and Miami's so damn far back. Miami started off so poorly, they'll never win the division. If we start getting close with Miami, it's because we've fallen off and we're not winning the division. So we're only a couple weeks in the season. I'm not scoreboard watching with the Marlins anymore. I only have about half an eye on the Nationals because they're a fun team to watch, but they're still rebuilding. You got to realize they've got dead money sitting right now with Steven Strasburg and his ridiculous contract that he signed a few years back, and Patrick Corbin, who's pitching, but he's pitching terribly. So they basically have about, my math is right, 60+ million on 2 pitchers, and only one of them's pitching, and he's not pitching well. He hasn't pitched well in years. Pretty much the moment they signed him, they won the World Series. He was in the bullpen, and that was it. Ever since then, he has not been good. Let's see what we got here. Brian, and if anyone wants to call in, number to call is 678-960-9700. And I do apologize that we missed the call a second ago. The 601 area code, call on back. We just missed your call. Let's see. Brian says, Mac, what's your opinion on the Mets' hot start? I don't think it's sustainable. I really don't. But we've seen this before in Major League Baseball. Who thought that the Marlins were going to be there in the end? Who really thought in April that the Miami Marlins were going to keep it together and be able to do what they did and make the playoffs, make a wild card? I know they got swept by the Phillies, and neither game was particularly close. I get that. But it was a hell of a season if you're a Marlins fan. The only team that I'm really concerned about winning the division this year is Philly. Because they have the question always has been with Philly, it's not if they've had a good enough team, is it can they do it for 162? Welcome into Braves Country Radio. Who do we got?
It's Ken.
Hey, what's going on tonight?
Hey, not much. It's Campanelle. And one of your people.
I'm sorry, do what?
This Campanelle. And one of the people that watch Braves Country Baseball.
I'm not catching what you're pitching. You got a question about the Braves?
Just want to call in and say I enjoyed the game.
Oh, okay.
The Braves The Braves are doing real good. No, they're doing real good. What's going on with the Dodgers?
The Dodgers got beat again today by the Mets.
Yes.
I think the biggest question with the Dodgers, and it was my question coming in, I still think the Dodgers are going to win their division. But my biggest question about them long term is that who's their starting pitching going to be in October? And remember, Ohtani's not pitching this year. Yamamoto started off slow. He's pitched much better since that first start, so I no longer question Yamamoto. But Walker Buehler's supposed to be coming back soon. He's been getting hit hard in the minors, but I don't necessarily give that a lot of rank because guys pitch differently when they're in the minor leagues compared to when they get back to the show. But we know the Dodgers are going to score. They're going to put up runs. I don't think they have an elite bullpen like the Braves do. They can make some additions. But my question's been with them the whole time is not whether or not they're going to make the playoffs, whether or not the Dodgers starting pitching is going to take them anywhere.
Then I look at these other teams, like the Yankees. They lost today, too. The Yankees.
Yeah,
well. People talking about the Yankees, how good they is, and the Dodgers. They both losing.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to win all 162. I mean, that's just the way that's the starting pitching. The Yankees got a big win last night against Tampa Bay. They lost today, a tough one. That was a tough starting pitcher. They went up against Zach Eflin, and that was one of our picks for the cover country today was the under in that game because both starting pitchers were great today. I still think the Yankees are the team to beat in the AL East. I will say this, Baltimore's going to be a problem. I just don't know if Baltimore's got the starting pitching to hang with the Yankees all year long, but that's going to be Baltimore, by the way, right now is about to close out Kansas City. That game's actually gotten close. It's 9-7. So what was once a blowout is actually coming down to a nail biter. You got anything else tonight?
Oh, one more thing. What happened to the Pads? People thought the Pads were doing good. Pittsburgh. They were doing good. Now they lost. They got swept by the Mets.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, I still think they're a couple of years away. They've got some good young players, but when you have young players like that, if they're not all hitting on all cylinders, they're going to struggle. And they've already put pitch limits on certain guys. The one guy, if you want to watch, when the Pirates are playing, y'all, the starting pitcher, Jared Jones, is something special. He's either pitching tomorrow or the next day, but he is something special. But they've got a pitch limit on him. He threw 5 innings the other day, only threw 59 pitches, and they pulled him because they had predetermined he was only going 5 innings. But he is very Garrett Crochet like. If people remember that kid that we went up against with the White Sox, he's a right-handed version of Crochet. He is absolutely a flamethrower. All right, well, you have a great night.
All I got to say is go Braves.
That's right, go Braves. Appreciate you calling in. Call back anytime.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We got any more calls? The number to call is 678-960-9700. See if we get any more comments here. Let me see here. No, I mean, Robert, I wouldn't automatically tank to go to a wild card. I want the home field. I want the home field. Remember something else. When we've lost to the Phillies, our biggest problem is we have not played well in Philadelphia. So we get the home field, and we've split both times, both years. We split the first 2 games at home. And then we go back to Philly, and we can't find a way to get a win. And that's got to change. But I want the division. I want best record. I want all the chips in our favor. What I do say about Major League Baseball is that they need to change the way the rules are. Because if I'm the 1 seed or the 2 seed, I'm getting the bye. I should get to play the worst team, meaning we should reseed. They don't reseed in baseball, and it's garbage. The other thing is, quit starting these series on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then you have Monday off and Friday off, and we start the playoffs on Saturday. That's too long of a break. That's too long of a break. Whoever's in the wild card does not get extra days off, sack up, get on the plane, play on Monday. And I'm in full favor for the second day to be a doubleheader. And then get on that plane. You do it all the time anyways. Get on that plane and head to the next city and play a ball game the next day. They should be playing baseball on Monday after the last day of the season. And they should then take from there a doubleheader the next day, if needed. And then give them one day off on Wednesday to get ready for Thursday. Or I'm in full favor of going and playing Wednesday too. But I think you need that extra day off somewhere in between just to be able to set the travel plans from one to the other. But reseed, and that fixes the whole damn problem. Welcome to Braves Country Radio. Who do we got here tonight? Welcome to Braves Country Radio.
Hello.
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 Hey.
Can you hear me?
Is this Marguerite?
Yes, it is. Okay.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I wanted to ask you a question. You started saying something in the chat, but you didn't finish. Something about Spencer Strider's surgery. Did he have the regular surgery, or what are you was going to say?
Yeah, so he didn't have Tommy John. He has what they call UCL brace surgery. There's a couple of different names for it, but the short of it is this. When you have Tommy John surgery, so what you're doing is you're taking the ligament out of the elbow and you're putting a ligament from somewhere else. Usually it's out of your thigh. They've also taken them out of cadavers. Okay, they've taken them out of cadavers. But you're taking a ligament from somewhere and you're sticking it back in that elbow, regenerating it. It's got to heal, and then that's why it takes around 15 to, it used to take 18 to 24. Now it's closer to 15 to 18 months, right? This new one,
wow, I didn't know.
This new one that they're doing, they're putting a brace inside the arm, which is what they did for Spencer Strider. And that brace allows the ligament to heal, but not everybody is eligible for that because you have to have the injury where you did not tear the elbow. So his was not a complete tear, so they're able to put the brace in there, do the surgery, put the brace, and it's going to heal faster, and they expect him to be ready by somewhere around opening day next year.
So, wow.
So that's
I don't know which one is worse. Which one is worse, man? Goodness.
Well, in theory, he caught a break because he didn't have a tear, so he didn't have to do Tommy John. So it's not a brand new ligament. It's the ligament that's already in his elbow, and the brace is supposed to stabilize it. And that brace stays in the arm.
Do they have to go back and then take the brace out after
No, it stays in the arm. And the guy that performed it is kind of known as there used to be a guy by the name of Dr. James Andrews that was known as the guy that did all the ACL and Tommy John tears. Well, this guy that's in Texas that Strider went to go see, he evidently is the guru of this particular surgery, and he's had pretty good success rate with it.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, thank you for explaining that. And also, Ozuna's hit came to an end tonight, didn't his streak?
Yeah, he went over. So I think he finished at 16. But yeah, he went 0 for 3. He did get on base, so his on base streak stays alive. But he went 0 for 3. He walked, but yeah, he went 0 for 3. But he had a couple really bad calls.
Right, Strax. Okay, and Travis is still cutting up, I see.
He's being the MVP of the weekend for sure. I mean, he's come alive.
Exactly.
And when that guy, when his bat comes alive, he's something else.
Yes, he is. Okay, thank you so much for taking my call and continue the good work.
Yes, ma'am. Good talking to you.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Braves win it 5-2. See if we got any more comments in the chats before we start putting it into the Braves country tonight. Let me see here. Man, there's a bunch of I missed a bunch of stuff. Let me see. Mets. We already talked about the Mets. Already went over that. Robert says, I want to catch our record. If we win 14 division titles, that would be stunning. Because the way it's set up nowadays, it's set up for you not to succeed, but that would be something. I would take 14 consecutive years of the playoffs, right? Even if we don't win the division, if we find a way to make it in the playoffs every year, that's a fun run. I mean, you think about how dominant some of these franchises have been, and then a team like the New York Yankees didn't even make the playoffs last year. So just to be in the playoffs, give us something to root for. People will always try to come back at us, Braves fans, in the 90s because we won 14 titles, we won the World Series. I'm telling you right now, I'd rather be that fan that had the 14 titles, always had something to pull for in October, had great regular seasons, something to really root for, as opposed to you take, John Smoltz has talked about this, but you take like the Florida Marlins, who had terrible seasons, but they won a World Series in 97. They won a World Series in 2003. But in between that and around it, it's been a dreadful existence. I'd much rather be the team that's always there making the playoffs, making a run for the playoffs. You're not always going to get there, but we knock on the door enough times, we'll get that second and third, right? I'm convinced this group, this core, they're going to get at least one, if not two or three more World Series before it's all said and done. Good seeing Tim in the chat. What do you think about picking up Trevor Bauer? I just don't think they're going to do it. I went to talk about this earlier in the game and got sidetracked. I always have notes, so, to talk about stuff. But it seems like to me he's been blackballed, even though we just saw, was it Wednesday or Thursday? It might even been Tuesday. Another one of Trevor Bauer's accusers got indicted for fraud, and basically she's being convicted in Arizona for what she did to Trevor Bauer, which is basically lie and extort money out of her. No, it's not the money, Butters. It's not the money. I feel like he's getting blackballed because Major League Baseball, it feels like they don't want to be wrong. Now, there's another problem with Trevor Bauer. He is infamously known as a bad teammate. He's a clubhouse cancer. Everybody's talked about that even back in his days in Cincinnati. It's why the Reds didn't want to extend him. It's why the Reds let him go. And it's why the Dodgers didn't fight to keep him around, because I don't know what it is, because when I see his videos, I don't see anything. But evidently he comes off as a guy that just doesn't fit well in the locker room. So that's got something to do with it. But this feels more like, to me, that he's being blackballed. Kind of like when Barry Bonds couldn't get signed by anybody at the end of his career. And we knew he was even though he had cheated, he was still the best hitter in baseball at that time. And he would have had to have cleaned up. So that really wasn't the problem. The issue was he got blackballed. Nobody signed him because you squeeze these guys out long enough, they just get too old. So I don't believe it. I'll be shocked, but I don't believe anybody's signing him. Do I think it's right? No, it's not fair. Everything looks as though he didn't do any of the stuff that he was accused of. But I don't know what to... I wish I had a vote in the situation, but I can just tell you by several times of seeing interviews and seeing clips, and they've asked the brass for the Braves. They've asked Brian Snicker in post-game press conferences about Trevor Bauer, and he almost scoffs and laughs. He says it's not happening. So I hope I'm wrong, and wherever he goes, there, even if it's to a rival, there's a part of you that's going to be pulling for Trevor Bauer, right? Because it seems like he's getting hosed, but I don't know. It feels like a blackball issue. Every once in a while you see it in sports, and you're like, that dude can still play, but nobody's signing him because it's a hush-hush behind closed doors. And that's just what it feels like. He's pitched. He hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball in quite a while, but he's pitched in the foreign leagues, and he's pitched pretty well. I still think I still think there's some value to him, but it's not going to happen. We have to put that out of our mind. But I do wonder, will anybody eventually give him a chance? I mean, heck, if you're trying to win, wouldn't the Oakland A's, league minimum, wouldn't the Oakland A's sign him? You're trying to tell me some of these other guys that get signed, and you're like, we just signed Yuli Gurriel, who's like 58 years old and can't hit his weight falling out of a boat. And Trevor Bauer, who's still bringing it. Every video I see, he's still bringing it. We are 6 titles in a row. So we'd have to win this year to make it 7 and get halfway to the 14. So yeah, it's a long ways away. But yeah, I think this team, this core, is going to have an opportunity to win the division for at least the next 5 years. But, man, Zach Wheeler, who's been up and down all year, he had a no-hitter into the 8th inning today, they're showing. No-hitter. White Sox are awful. Why are the White Sox not? You don't ask why the Braves aren't signing Trevor Bauer. You ask why the White Sox aren't signing Trevor Bauer. Why the Oakland A's aren't signing Trevor Bauer. Why the Miami Marlins aren't signing Trevor Bauer. That's the question. And when you realize that, and he's not getting an offer from any of those teams, that's how you know he's getting blackballed. That's how you know he's getting blackballed. Because you're trying to tell me Trevor Bauer wouldn't be one of the top, what do they normally carry, eight pitchers in your bullpen, 5 on your... He's not one of the top 13 pitchers in the Chicago White Sox organizations? Top 13 pitchers in the Oakland A's organization? The Rockies? They're getting smoked 7-0 right now at home. Come on. That's the question you ask. We lost to the White Sox because Garrett Crochet is the real deal. I watched him pitch a few times since then. He is the real deal. I've got him in one of my dynasty fantasy leagues, and he's so I pay attention to him. Garrett Crochet, Jarrett Jones, those are the best 2 young arms I've seen this year. Rookie arms. Freeman's, he signed a 6-year deal. This is only, year 3? Right? Yeah, he signed 22, 23, 24. Yeah, he still has 24, 25, 26. It's either 2027 or 2028. Freddie Freeman. I looked at it during the offseason. It's either 27 or 28, and he'll be like 38 years old. So the only way that happens is if he leaves the Dodgers, comes back to Atlanta as the designated hitter. That's the only way. Because I don't see Matt Olson going anywhere anytime soon. And Freddie Freeman's from California. Wouldn't he just sign with the Angels and go play with Ron Washington for a little bit? All right, y'all, we're going to get off here. It's a great night. Braves win it 5-2. It's great hanging out with y'all. We'll see you Monday night, first pitch. The Atlanta Braves. Monday night, 7:20 first pitch. And we got Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then Friday and Saturday next week. Tomorrow we're going to have the the chat up. If we get a decent response, we'll leave it up. But if it's not a decent response by about 9, then we'll probably take it down. Because I know it's a late start. 7:10 first pitch. Y'all have a great night, y'all, and go Braves! Atlanta Braves win another big one, 5-2. Get a chance for the sweep tomorrow.
You're in Braves country.